thing taking like 9 years to load. Alright, that should now be going live. Alright, welcome back to another stream. Today is gonna be probably one of the two bigger days that we're gonna be streaming. Well, today and tomorrow is probably be the two biggest days this week that we're gonna be streaming. Not that at the end of this week there's gonna be more, severe weather that probably will be big too, but today and tomorrow are gonna be probably the two biggest concerning days for severe weather. I have like I feel like it sounds like I have like a frog in my throat right now. Yeah. We do have a storm that is up in German and Wakumis up in northern. I think that's northern Oklahoma. I think. This is more than likely gonna be a nocturnal threat as well, so it's gonna be a long night. This would be like the second, maybe the second time this year so far where it's gonna be a nocturnal nocturnal threat live stream. I think, which right now for any of the environment, I know they have. Don't I think they have? Yeah, they have the tornado risk going all the way down, and it covers like this whole portion of Oklahoma and going into basically the eastern section of Kansas, where we have this tornado threat. But if we do have anything that does fire off for supercells that are tornadic, it's gonna be between Oklahoma and Kansas. Which I mean, just looking at the mesoscale analysis, there is the environment that is there for some of that to start firing off that way, down that way, because they're about. Let me see. Where is? Oh, there we go. Oh wait, I need to go to here, maybe. All right, there we go. So as you can kind of see in this area, I have a lot of instability, even going up all the way into Kansas. There is some Sin H, which is basically our cap down here. So if any storms are gonna try to fire off down here, they're really gonna struggle. And we do have our dry line right in there, just on the western side of Oklahoma and this side of Kansas, something like that, basically. So once we probably start getting more later tonight, the storm should start firing off a little bit more than what they are right now. But we do have a couple of initiators. I do wonder if there's anything in Texas right now. Let me check a couple of the radars. Which doesn't seem like there is anything right now there in Texas. And this is now severe warned storm for half-dollar size hail and 6-mile-per-hour winds. And one interesting thing to note for how much has it matured, if this will actually load. We may have to do one of those things like last time where we're going to be jumping between GR2 analysis and then also Radar Omega. So that's going to be... that's how it's gotta be for today again, probably. Cause I don't know what it is with Radar Omega. It's like one day it works properly and then the other it does not. It makes no sense, man. But where's GR2 analysis? Here's GR2 analysis. I think that's it. Yeah, there we go. So there's the echo top. So this radar is picking up some spots up to almost like 50,000 feet in the atmosphere, which is pretty tall, actually. And I know there's a couple storm chasers out there right now. Vince Volti, Stormrunner Media, Aaron Jajak, and then Connor Croft, as far as I know, is the closest on this. I wonder if Brandon Kopic is somewhere nearby. Let me check. Ryan Scholl is live, of course. Let me see if there's Corey Gherkin as well. Let me see where Brandon Kopic is. Corey is in Kingfisher. And Brandon Kopic is in Oak Arch, Oklahoma, which I'm not 100% sure where that's at. Let me search that up on... So that's just a few miles south of the severe warned storm. Not be surprised though if with this particular cell at least, if it does end up becoming a eventual tornado threat at some point during its life cycle here. Because if there is rotation, it's gonna be somewhere in there. It's a little bit of an odd shape, I will say, but it is there. What is this report? Blowing dust slash sand. That's an oak arch. That's where Brand Copic is, by the way. So we are a little bit far from radar. I know, well, we're kind of in between radars, between this radar up here and then this radar down here. Well, this is Norman's radar. I don't know if this is a shared radar between Wichita and Norman. Might be Norman, because Norman covers quite a large area over in western Texas, or not Texas, Oklahoma. I say at this rate, for any alerts right now, I think our best bet is just gonna be using Radar Omega for the alert sound, and then GR2 analysis for everything else for the most part right now. I do need to pop out the chat while I'm at it, I guess, so I can actually see what is going on. So I'm looking at kind of cross stream as well. Where is the tab I just had for Brandon Kopic? Actually, I might just need to focus on Connor for right now, where he's at, where the cell is at. Because Connor's the only one that I know of that is kind of on this right now. Is like right on a south side over on, looks like Highway 81. That is, I think. I don't think that's definitely not I-81, because if it's I-81, then it would be a blue sign. But that's Highway 81 there. So let me, because I need to make sure this is posted to my community tab. Because usually I post everything like my streams and whatnot to my community tab. That backside looks like it's trying to do something, I think. Once again, something just to watch for right now, of course. Could still be a concern for later down the road if this does end up producing a tornado. Because this is one of the more mature styles that we've seen so far. There's a shower down in down here, but so far this has been the one storm that has is producing hail. There is an area that I am noticing on both Radar Omega and also GR2, which is this area right here. Because I do wonder if that's just low precipitation area. Because it looks like there is something rotating in there. If there is rotation. I don't think this has Tornado Pos tag on it yet. No, it's just $half size tail at the moment. I think there's some stuff that's trying to fire off over in western Kansas right now as well. There's also some showers over in Nebraska, but Nebraska shouldn't be too much of a concern compared to Oklahoma and Kansas. Because right now it's basically like a central plains severe weather day. Which we are in spring, so we'll probably see this more down the road. Eventually, once we start seeing more storms start firing off, more severe weather start firing off this way compared to the Dixie Alley area. Not that obviously Dixie Alley can't have severe weather through March and April, but So it's gotta be going towards Tonkawa and Blackwell and Ponca City. And this is currently, well, we got one part of it over in Nid. So this gonna be another stream where I'm gonna be learning names too, as per usual, uh, which is always a good thing, of course. But it's gonna be more mispronunciation. I can't even. I can't even miss. It's already kicking in with the misspeaking. Great, fun. Oh yeah, and that's another thing I want to mention too is Twisted did have a update, April Fool's update. Actually, a lot of games I think actually had an April Fool's update. I know Minecraft obviously did, but so I'm looking at Connor's stream. Seems it definitely does seem to be a bit dusty down that way. I said, and he mentions how skinny the storm is. It is. It really is a skinny storm. It really is. This is for sure. Really, this is quite the skinny cell here. I don't think are gonna have see anything firing off downstream here. Non-thunderstorm, wind gust. So definitely some stronger winds downstream, for sure. I do wonder if I have the Mesonet place file on my GR2 analysis, because then we can look at the... Wait, that's place file. I just had place file manager up. Let me go over to GR2 place files. Let me go and find the... where is it? METARs. There we go. That is what I was looking for. Okay. So let's turn that on. Alright, hopefully those load in. Okay, cool. Those did load in. So now we can look at, well, station plots for different areas. And there are a lot of dew points that I'm noticing they're like in the low to upper 60s. There's one area here that is in, is that 58? That looks like it hasn't been updated in a while. Got 59 there. So there's definitely quite a bit of moisture. We'll probably see that more moisture starting to kick up once we start getting later into night, probably. My nose, man. Apparently there's arguments going on in kind of cross stream. I don't know what's going on in there. And I don't really want to know either. People sorted out their issues. And there's another dust slant blowing dust or sand report there in Fairview. Or actually not, it's Isabella, actually, with that town there. So there's definitely some dust that's going around. Because even on like I said earlier with Connor Croft stream, You definitely see a little bit of a hint of dust. So, still got this shower down here. Still looks like it's trying to mature more. It's gotta be another area to watch, of course. See if that does end up blowing up as much as this one did. Because you can see, this was from like a little bit like way earlier. I don't know how long ago it was specifically, but actually that 23Z, so that's like 6 o'clock. So I was around like 5:19 p.m. there. So I gotta get used to looking at Zulu time. Oh, I got hiccups, man. See if we have any. Cause I don't know if there was any reports or not. From in photos at least. Looks like 18Z HRRR uptrended, and it did clear. It looks like it cleared out the morning convection for tomorrow, which could be a big problem for Illinois and just everywhere else in general too. Like specifically where I'm at, which is Illinois, Northern Illinois. That could be a big issue for supercells later in the day because that means if there's clearing, they'll heat up the surface, and then you'll get basically you get storm food, and the storms start firing off throughout the day, and that'll lead to a tornado threat. Wouldn't say outbreak levels though for tomorrow, at least for Illinois, Northern Illinois, but definitely something to watch. And then there was a tornado earlier today in California, it looks like. Which I did see a notification for that. And we do have a hail report from Emergency Management. Core size hail. And Connor Croft is straight right in Enid. This is looks like it. I mean, it's taking like a northeast track. Oh, I did not want to. I accidentally made Connor Croft stream. Oops. But I'm trying to make because I'm trying to listen and make sure I listen to his stream because storm chasers are gonna be crucial for today, especially for it being nocturnal. Although eventually, once it does get to nighttime, it's gonna be a little bit very difficult to see anything, especially if there's something that is like rain wrapped or a tornado. So once again, it's just gonna be something to watch, of course. Just be weather aware and weather prepared. That actually kind of rhymes. And Kindlecroft just announced he has a new windshield. I feel like that's when it comes to storm chasers, that's like a very frequent thing. Like I feel like at this rate, I feel like storm chasers need to get sponsors for like Windows. Although that probably be a very expensive sponsor actually. Where is? Do I have this on? I do. Okay. Whoa. Yeah. Let me turn off the station plots so it's not as busy on the map. So you can see where the tornado watch area is from this portion of Texas, and then all the way up to this little portion of Kansas. Although we'll probably see like some type of extension on that tornado watch up towards here sometime, probably through the evening hours, probably. But well, we'll have to wait and see if anything does end up initiating towards the north. There are actually, I just noticed a couple of cells, I think, right there. I know that this radar picked up a couple of those right there near Electra and Holiday. Although this radar is closer, so it's going to give us a little bit better view. But it does look like we have a couple of showers that just popped up in Texas near Falks and Electra. That's going to be right just to the west of Wichita Falls. But keep in mind, there is a cap in place, so storms are still going to have a little bit of struggle firing off down that way. Also, looking from this radar, which is far, there's something like in there. It looks like it's trying like that would be a like a rotation. Like I want to say signature, but area rotation, I guess. And then if you go to this radar, and there's nothing there, so that's the thing about range with radars. Kind of sucks there is a radar hole out here though, because I know there has been situations out here that I've had to like really look and see what is going on in this section with the Panhandle of Oklahoma, because the nearest radar site would be either Amarillo or Dodge City. That's about it for that area for radar coverage. Other than that, you're in a radar hole pretty much. Also looking at this radar, it does look like we do have some more tops that are starting to get up there into the atmosphere. So almost, yeah, quite up there, almost 50,000 feet. Which I wonder if I can use this tool here properly, maybe. I wonder, and let me try and where is Volume Explorer? There we go. So here's the Volume Explorer right here. So you can see this is kind of like a not like cross section, but like a box type of examination tool. You can see those tops. This is directly like what the radar is seeing, basically. You see those tops going all the way up there. I wonder if I can get a bigger one here. Hold on. Let me check. Nope. I did not want to get the world's smallest box of all time. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Actually, let me go a little bit bigger. How big can I go here? Hold on. There we go. So you can see, actually, a cloud is right there. Like probably cirrus. Yeah, you got a couple of other little showers that are firing off on the backside here. They're going pretty high into the atmosphere, actually. Yeah, it's a cool little tool to look at. There's also the cross section as well, which hopefully that actually does show up. It does not. Nope, nope. Why is the cross section not showing up on not GR2, Radar Omega? There we go. Now it's showing up. So here's a cross section, so you can look at that more flat type of look here. And this is how. Nope. Nope. So this is how you would kind of look at where there's debris. So if I turn on CC, then you would, if there was a tornado and it's lofting up debris, you'd be able to see it up that way, depending on how strong. Like you can have like pretty strong tornadoes, and then they can loft like debris like 40,000 feet in the atmosphere, which is insane. Feel like I'm kind of nerding out a little bit here, but yeah, we do have some more storms that are initiating behind. Well, not really storms right now, but they are showers that are starting to initiate behind this, or at least to the southwest-ish of this. Oh, I got it. I've still seen quite a few, storm chasers out there. Let's see. As I got Radar Omega out, looking at the echo top of the storm that we're currently looking at right now. So that's still insane how tall that is. Actually, I wonder. Let me add cross section, and then well, and what I'm gonna do is copy, paste, and hopefully that actually, yeah, that does work. Okay, and then we'll put that, and we'll name that volume. What is it called? Volume mode. There we go. Or is that guy like decide it wants to? Okay, it's got to decide it wants to copy and paste the two same sources apparently. Okay, I'm got the. Hold on, because that's a window capture. I am starting to see a little bit of blue in there, which is a hail, which is basically a hail. Let me pull up that. And then window capture. And then Volume Explorer. Alright. Alright, there we go. Now we got it. We got it. Now I'll just keep those on, so I can have those basically those going live basically when I actually have these up. There's a bit right there that is like hitting, I think directly almost either near or just directly on 50,000 feet right there. And then we have still that this back one over here that just popped up, which I think, yeah, that's definitely starting to mature as well. Still a shower, but definitely something to keep an eye on. Because that's more than likely, considering today's environment, that's more than likely got to become a supercell, if anything. I check what this is still warned for here. This is now a warrant for tennis ball sized hail. So this is now producing even larger hail than it was earlier. So a tennis ball sized hail, 6 mile per hour, 60 mile per hour wind gust, or at least up to that. Oh, that's where. Oh, like, what happened to my ID that I had? Because I had my ID in my pocket, and it fell out for some apparent reason. Yeah, that northeast, not northeast, northwest side is starting to pop out a little bit as well. Definitely gotta be watching this side right here. Definitely got a bit of a hail core right in there near Hunter, Oklahoma. I think it's just to the southwest of Hunter, Oklahoma at the moment here. Yeah, this is once again warned for up to tennis ball size hail. So we should be seeing reports eventually, depending, because I know this is a rural area, so I don't know how many of those reports we'll see. I got more showers and storms starting to pop up on the southwest side. So I think, because I know there was a cap in place, but I think the cap, as soon as this started firing off, I think that cap is basically broken at this point. All right, let me, because I don't think we have anything from a storm prediction center at the moment. Because the last update from the storm prediction center was an hour-ish ago at 5:04 p.m. So an hour and 20 minutes more like, if anything. We do have a pea-sized hail report right here. Report rain. So is her rain and hail report on the same spot? What's going on there? So let me check Echo Tops again for the. Yeah, it is up there with the Echo Tops. So this thing has been just exploding into the atmosphere, like big time. We wonder. Let me check the tilts here. See if we got. Hold on. Let me check. Let me check up in the upper levels because I think we may have a. Yeah, we definitely have some some rotation in upper levels, but nothing that is near the surface right now. This is what it looks like at the more lower level, so nothing there. But as we as we go up, I don't know if that's my. I don't know if at this point it's allergies or my sinuses, but that one hurt. And this is like so close up in the atmosphere there. But this is gonna be optimal between here and here, I think. So if there is anything that is indeed rotating in there, it's gonna be right in there. Ugh. Ugh. Let me get some light in my room real quick here. This is I mean, it's getting darker outside. It's about 6:27 p.m. Central Time, but I still want to get. I still need some light in here. So I wonder if this thing's like it's like splitting in half, because that top side looks like it's like being split apart. It looks like a sideways chicken. Not gonna lie, like if you take that, it looks like a sideways turkey or chicken. And this we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, which is now this is now up to baseball sized hail that this is producing. So this is producing really big hail. Man, this is quite the supercell. If it's producing baseball sized hail, this is definitely gonna be quite the supercell. Still watching some of these tilts here to see if we do have rotation that eventually makes its way more down to the surface. And as I'm seeing already with the supercell, I already see some convection starting to pop up in front of that right there. So that could be something that is going to be to watch there. But yeah, this is definitely like splitting as it's going towards the northeast, which can cause more issues probably when it comes to discrete supercells. So let me check. I know the not Nashville, sorry. I know the Storm Prediction Center hasn't released a new outlook yet, at least for tomorrow. I know it's up to a moderate now for that, but they haven't released a new outlook for tomorrow as of now, basically. Which actually, let me show you guys that real quick. So there's the baseball size hail severe thunderstorm warned little text right there. So here is today, which is that enhanced risk. And there's that 10% significant severe risk area, which is basically what we're watching right now for tornadoes. We do actually have a special weather statement down here for 50-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. So maybe the cap is starting to break down in Texas potentially if we do have stuff that is starting to fire off down that way. And we do have a severe thunderstorm warning on that now. It's probably up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is now, yeah, that's indeed up to 60-mile-per-hour winds and also half dollar size hail. And we also do have a pretty significant wind threat in Kansas and also Missouri actually too, western Missouri. And then for the hail threat, it's between Kansas and Oklahoma, which I would not be surprised if we see some areas outside of this that do have pretty sizable hailstones that are being produced from supercells. And then here is tomorrow. We have that moderate going from southern portions of southern Illinois, southern Indiana, western Kentucky, western Tennessee, and also this like northeast to eastern portion of Arkansas, which we've already seen this entire area so far throughout this entire year. Not the entire year, but past couple days already, or at least couple past streams at least, where we've seen this area where we have strong tornadoes within this region. That could be a big concern again for tomorrow, where you have that 15% tornado risk area. And same with that 10% tornado risk area as well. And then here is the wind risk, which is a pretty large area. Same with the hail risk, I think, too, yeah. So it's a pretty large area for a severe threat. And here's day 3, which is down to slight risk, which is at the moment slight risk. Wouldn't be surprised if we do have something in the western area here, maybe, depending on what storm mode will look like tomorrow. We do have, yeah, here's the half dollar size hail. Is this gonna load properly? It is, actually. I'm kind of curious. Let me look at GR2 analysis real quick. See how tall this is in the atmosphere. About, actually, almost up to 50,000 feet as well in the atmosphere, too. So a lot of these are maturing really quickly. Especially for this, I know I wasn't expecting too much to happen with the couple of showers that we did have that were down here for a brief moment, because they were like that earlier, and then they just actually just exploded. And these were like two little discretes for a shower, and then they merged into one big storm. And that's gonna be in northwesternish. Like that's like not northwest, but southwestern Oklahoma, southwestern Oklahoma, I think. And here's this, which is still at the moment warned for up to baseball-sized hail for another 41 minutes. Which this is still going to be the most concerning out of all the storms that we have out there right now, besides this one, of course. But this one right now is producing destructive hail. This is definitely going to be able to break glass if you have any objects like a glass table outside or something like that. And it also can cause pretty sizable damage to your car, too. Because I've seen pictures of baseball-sized hail, I'm like, oh my god, that is some pretty big hail, man. Another severe thunderstorm just got issued. I'm not sure where that popped up. Because it doesn't... Oh, wow. That actually popped up over in Florida, actually. Which is for... Looks like mainly 6 mile per hour winds compared to the hail threat. Because that's just below. That's just below quarter size hail. That's gonna be in Oviedo in Florida. Wasn't expecting too much of a severe threat down that way. What is the outlook for that way anyway? That area anyways. General thunderstorms. I just get that. I cannot speak English, man. This is still what we're looking at right now. This is still gonna be the most sizable supercell today. And we are got to go back to GR2 because Radar Omega wants to be broken for no apparent reason. So you can definitely see where you have it once again, like where you have those blues. That's where that's where you gotta find your hail, like your big size hail, which is warned for up to baseball size hail. Looks like this little shower kind of died out there. Although we are kind of close to radar sight. But even then, just from being close to radar sight, it does not look like it is going to strengthen on that. It does look like we have still some storms and showers on the west side of this still. So right now we have two severe thunderstorm warned storms. One is warned for baseball-sized hail, which is the one we're looking at right here. And we got the other one that is in basically right now over the Oklahoma-Texas border near Burke-Burnett. Or more specifically near Wichita Falls, which is a bigger city that's near there. Yeah, it's my back. There's also some red flag warnings I just noticed back here too. Well, I've noticed them earlier, but there they are for a fire threat on a west side over here. And also even to Kansas too, actually. And probably to Nebraska. I don't know how much is loaded in, how much it didn't. Also, this story watch goes till 12 in the morning, by the way. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued, which is for this little cell right here, which is going to be for less than 6 mile per hour winds, but is warned for half-dollar sized hail. So that is warned for hail compared to a wind threat out of that one. Still watching to see what this supercell down here does, because this is still one thing I'm wondering how much of this is gotta try to wrap up and then potentially be a tornado threat. And we do have another. Oh, we do have a Mezcal discussion now from the Storm Prediction Center. Yep. From just a little bit ago. So let me just go over to that real quick. So here is the Mezcal discussion. So this area between Kansas and Nebraska, severe threat will increase this evening. They do have a significant tornado risk, actually. Significant tornado risk for that area, looks like. Or it's not really a risk, but probability for that area. Wind, hail. So it's still, once again, it's just a all threats on the table kind of threat right now. Nothing yet has been quite tornadic yet. It does seem to be trying to kind of hook, actually. Which, if this does hook, it could be a significant tornado that does end up being produced from this. So try to check to see what the environment looks like right now, which, I mean, the environment's there. I'm pretty sure the cap is pretty much not there at this point in some areas. I feel like some areas, though, are struggling with a cap right now. So where is Connor anyways right now? He's over near Billings in Oklahoma. And then Vince is over in Garber. So it looks like most Storm Chasers are on the big supercell that we're looking at right now, looks like. And then I think this is yeah, there. This is Ville, which is basically for hail, basically. So it looks like a I would say it looks like a mermaid tail. Still seeing some posts. Just saw a post from Sour Patch Kids. I swear, Sour Patch Kids has been popping up so much in my Twitter feed lately. I don't know why. And then a Michael Jackson meme popped up. And we have a pea size. No, that's a half inch actually. I don't know why I said pea size. That's pea size would be like 20.25, like 25th of an inch, quarter. Oh, what is going on here? Uh, it may have broken, I think. Unless it was just because I have it selected on something, which maybe, yeah, that was the case. That would explain a lot. Whoops. Yeah, that one to the north that just split off. That one's definitely getting big there. I did not want to open up File Explorer. Do I need to switch around my mouse again from like 900th time? What was that? I forgot what I was gonna do. Oh yeah, Radar Omega. Still warned for $half size hail on that the one that split off. And then the one we're looking at right now, the bigger Supercell, is still warned for up to baseball size hail right now. Nothing at the moment that is rotating within this that is at least noticeable. We do have another hail report right here. Photo on Twitter from Garfield, Oklahoma. There. Or no, that's the county. Never mind. The place is Hunter, Oklahoma, but the county is Garfield, Oklahoma. And it looks like Connor Craw found a perfect spot to look at this particular supercell in a gun store parking lot. I will say, it feels like this is slowing down a little bit with this supercell. Still something to monitor, of course. Does it look like it was a bit more healthier, like multiple scans ago at this point? There is a... That's in clear air. Why is that showing up? Typically you have that little triangle show up when there's rotation, but it's in like a clear air spot. That's like a really weird spot for it. And there's like no precipitation there. I mean, it could be a low precipitation area, but I don't think it is. Could be though. That's why it's one of the reasons why right now I'm looking at Connor Croft's stream, because he's basically the closest to this. It's a nice 70 degrees down now over there, it looks like. Man, I can't wait for those temperatures eventually later on this year. Instead of the cold weather that's going on right now in northern Illinois. So that's definitely just contamination in there. Looks like contamination at least. Or side lobe contamination to be specific. So it looks like Connor is looking to the west, I'm guessing. Although looking at velocities, it looks like that is an area of rotation, potentially. Oh, whoa, what is going on with that? And they did, looks like they condensed that severe thunderstorm warning. That is now warned in Kansas now, it looks like. And that is going to be covering Kansas, not Kansas, that's Arkansas City, South Haven, up to Oxford and Winfield. That is still warned for, I think, half-dollar sized hail and 6 mile per hour winds. Actually, the current warning that it has on it right now is warned for up to golf ball size hail, actually. Let me switch back over to Radar Omega real quick. So yeah, here we go. So here's this warning here, which is up to golf ball size hail. Not a lot of not too much of a wind threat compared to this one, which has up to baseball size hail and up to 6 mile per hour winds. This is now up to 6 mile per hour winds and half-dollar size hail. So smaller size hail, but much more of a wind threat, it looks like, out of this cell that split off from this one here. So I wonder where Brandon Kopic is right now. Let me check where he's at. Brandon Kopic is in Mulhall, which is way back here. So he's still to the south, it looks like. Same with Storm Runner Media, looks like, too. But she's near Guthrie. I am noticing a little bit of something on the west side here with this cell. I need to close up that stream. I don't want to. Because I hear like just hearing multiple Storm Chaser voices at once. A little bit loud. I am noticing a little bit of something that looks like it could be trying to hook on that backside. Definitely gonna be something to watch to see what happens. Still got that severe thunderstorm warning down in Florida, which I do want to just take a quick look at that. Because why not? It's something going on in another state here. Which, yeah, that's not rotation. That's just wind. because that green is on the clear air area. So, and we'll go back over to. Actually, let's go over here real quick to check up on these. We do have another cell that is popping up to the southwest of this. So you have more cells starting to pop up in Texas going into Oklahoma. And this one, which I've been noticing, is starting to try and hook. Which Connor Croft just said something about that as well, with it hooking as well. I said it as well like twice in a row. Whoops. Yeah, whoops. Whoop whoop. That's the sound of Zuckerberg. I don't know. What's I can't remember what that crab's name is from. I'm blanking on the show's name. Ah. Definitely not Zuckerberg, but so someone posted tornado probs as well. Oh, let me check what the on the tornado watch what the tornado probs is, because so overall tornado threat 50%, EF2 to EF5 tornado risk moderate 30%, and that's just the probability. It's not the actual threat outlook itself, because the actual outlook itself is 10% significant severe. I think we have another severe noise warning somewhere that just popped up. Let me check where that popped up. Might be Florida again, yeah. It is indeed Florida, which that now covers Deltona, Orange City, and Sanford. So Connor Croft is on the move. Is there anyone else, by the way, that's on this that is nearby other than Connor? I know Connor is the closest to this. I know there's also Vince Walty, but he's a little bit farther from that. Still looking at this current area, it definitely looks like it is trying to hook. And then potentially, if this does continue to hook, this could be our first tornado warning storm of the day. The question or not if it'll produce is going to be the big question, which it could. It definitely could, depending on what it does the next half hour, probably. And not Mezcal discussion. The Storm Prediction Center just released a new Mezcal discussion. And large hail and severe wind threat initially gradually transitioning to an increasing tornado threat. You can see where that dry line is going all the way down. I wish there was a way to kind of zoom out to see how far down it goes, but this gives you a general idea where that dry line is at, where those storms are going to be firing off of. Yeah, that large hail threat is definitely going to be a big threat there. Same with that tornado threat too. And Connor Croft is right underneath that purple area almost at this point. Although, how far behind are we on scans right now? 2 minutes behind? There is a new heliport right there. M-Ping report. Northwest Brahman. 1 mile. 1 Northwest Brahman. That's in K, Oklahoma County. Well, K County, Oklahoma. Yeah, this definitely could be eventually a tornado threat because I am still noticing something that is trying to try. It's attempting to hook. It's got the space for it to go discreet and produce a tornado. There are more hail reports popping up. These are M-Ping reports. I'm sorry, what is that hail report? Hen egg, 2-inch size hail is hen egg. That's a pretty big egg, man. Yeah, I think at this point it's my sinuses being a pain for no reason. Core size P P P. I do wonder what whenever I say P size hail, I do wonder if YouTube subtitles does like the other type of the other P or like the actual like P as in food. So far we've had a couple of hail reports so far. Obviously nothing tornadic. Let me see what the SBC storm reports look like for why not, I guess. Yeah, some hail reports starting to pop up on the reports. That's probably gonna get obviously updated more and more as we go throughout this afternoon into this evening, but wow, I just noticed something as I was looking away for a bit there. So that's the M-Ping report there for a hen egg. So I showed that and then that. It's like double reports. Except the looks like the M-Ping reports that I have for place files coming in a lot faster than reports that you would see that usually pops up on GR2. And I think they did just condense that severe dust warning. This is now warned for up to lime size hail and 6 mile per hour winds, so this is not producing as sizable hail as it was earlier. And Connor Croft's camera is deciding it does not want to focus. Big flat base, he says. Making sure this is actually up to date here. All right. Well, while this is going on, I am gotta check a couple things here. And the first post I see on Twitter is a meme. Amazing. So how fast is this moving towards the northeast? Let me check. So this is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So this is just, it's not the fastest storms I've ever seen moving, ever, but these are moving pretty quickly. The one just to the north of that is moving at 60, however. So I mean, they're not moving slow, but they're not moving super fast either. Still waiting to see if we have more storms pop up. I know we have a couple down here, but waiting to see if we have anything pop up in this middle part here. Because so far we haven't seen anything pop up in this area yet. And there is actually a special weather statement I just noticed up here. This is for gusty showers and thunderstorms along line extending from near Hayes to 6 miles to southeast of Beeler. Movement was east at 50 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 50 to 55 miles per hour. So right now that is a wind threat. So we do have a couple of storms that are firing off over in Kansas as well, besides Oklahoma. Although right now that this is not a severe threat up this way yet. Mainly showers and just storms. So I do wonder. Let's check where this is at. Let me zoom in on this sector that we're looking at. I do want, because one thing I do wonder if it is starting to run out of the environment where it's not really gonna be able to be sustained for too much longer. Because once it does run out of the environment, it's really not gonna be able to do much. I mean, there's definitely gonna be quite a still wind shear out that way, but just the instability, that instability is just not gonna be there. Same with the lapse rates. So I'm hearing someone over the radio on Connor Cross stream saying something about like some type of wall cloud or something, and a radar being off. So I don't know who is speaking though, because I can definitely tell if there's Vince Welty's voice in there. I don't know who else. There's Ben Williams that is streaming as well. I don't know where he's at though. Why does Ben Williams' microphone sound like it's been dipped under the water like multiple times? Look at Ryan Scholl's stream. He's in. Ryan Scholl is in Billings, Oklahoma. It looks like. And that severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued here should be down to, well, it's at Lime size, but probably will be condensed in a moment if it doesn't get canceled out first. And this severe storm is now down to up to golf ball sized hail. And it's not as much of a wind threat at this point, it looks like, compared to a hail threat at this point. And same with the one to just to the northeast of that, which is now down to core size hail and, well, almost basically around where it was beforehand with the wind threat. 50 mile per hour winds or less, which both of these are at right now with those cells. There are more severe storms starting to, severe thunderstorm warnings, I should say, starting to pop up in southwest. We should, let me go down to that way, because I think this could be a big concern down here, too. Maybe not so much right now for a tornado threat, but definitely hail threat for sure. Which one of them is, are actually both these warned for golf ball size hail? Oh, no, one is. So this one is warned for golf ball size hail. This one is warned for quarter size. Both are warned for 6 mile per hour, up to 6 mile per hour wind gust. Alright, I'm gonna be right back real quick. If I can. I'm back, everybody. Hope everyone who was watching during that enjoyed the music. I said I put that music specifically just kind of like a tribute to, like, I guess the weather, like the old school ish Weather Channel. So everyone in chat, how is everyone doing? Oh. There's the not just any beans, the beans. Oh, what's going on, man? Uh, I mean, well, I would say not same here, but I mean, there's actually quite a little bit going on at least with severe weather. With hail, especially with the cell that produced the hail up towards here, which is down. Well, one is golf ball sized hail, and the other is core sized hail. This one in particular, let me go to this real quick. This one in particular was producing up the baseball sized hail earlier. I'm still watching this one in particular for any activity where it could be trying to wrap up and have a hook on it, but it's been kind of struggling to do that for a little while at this point. Other than that, right now, we have a null before right there. Other than that, right now, let me go down to the south here, if possible. Let me go to the radar site near Frederick. That's gonna be the closest. I know the Norman's radar, we're kind of in between like 3 different radars here that could see this kind of stuff, but this one is gonna be the closest to these storms in particular right now. So I got the special weather statement up here. I like how it says 7:01 p.m. Like that's I know it's like it shows like when it's like when it was issued, but I feel like sometimes when they're issued, it's like such a specific time. I don't know why. And also, kind of Crops is called the storm he's on right now in northern Oklahoma, kind of like a bait storm. So it looks like it was doing something, and then it kind of died out for the most part. Man, I know it's April Fools, but I feel like some of these storms are pulling April Fools jokes at this rate. We actually have a. No, I think I've looked at this earlier with this hail report. Yeah. Now we have a core size hail there from MPing report. Does MPing? I think MPing and I forget what other reports show up on here. I think it's MPing, just MPing reports in general that pop up on here, and then actually no, because we also got general reports that are not MPing on here as well. Because we got this one over here. I don't think I've ever seen a smoke report on here before. This one's just the east of Bella Vista, and that's Arkansas there. And it looks like Connor Croft is going back down to the south, it looks like. Is that Brandon Kopic behind him? Because I know Brandon Kopic has a. Well, it's all debadged, obviously, but I know Brandon Kopic has a 4 Explorer. Let me check. That is indeed not not Connor Croft. That is not Brandon. Okay, because Brandon's in Esmond, and Connor is over in Ponca City. That's like two completely different areas. Let me actually search where that is. Edmond. Okay, so Edmond, Oklahoma, which is near Oklahoma City. So now he's near Oklahoma City, basically. Exactly. Okay. OKC, Oklahoma City. So right now, I say this is probably a pretty obvious point, but at the moment, not a super amount, not a super high amount of activity right now. And there's apparently on the northern border of Illinois, and also in Wisconsin, there's snow. Of course, because Illinois, it needs to have all seasons in like a span of like 2 hours in one go. So it looks like a couple. So I think those two are merging right there. And it looks like that this one is no longer severe warned compared to these, which I am kind of curious. Let me check, because there's the other warning that is for half dollar size hail, and the other one that's for ping pong size hail. Which this one is the ping pong size hail one, and then this one is the half dollar size hail one. Which the half dollar size hail one was this for this cell. The what is that one? Ping pong one is for this cell, but now they're merging together. So I guess we'll see that uh, how that goes with that. Let me check back up on the storms up here. Because I know there's a couple of showers and storms that were firing off in western Kansas, but I don't know if they have been doing much at all. Which it does not seem like they have been doing too much. They were, like, they did have a special weather statement for up to 50 to 55 mile per hour wind gusts. There are a couple of severe storm warnings up in Nebraska, actually, that I am noticing. And there's this one that looks like it was trying to hook. A couple of these that look like they're trying to hook in Nebraska, where it is outside of the tornado risk. And it did just issue a severe thunderstorm watch in Nebraska and in Kansas, which I'll show that in a second. I think there's probably a Storm Prediction Center post for that. Yeah. So here's the severe thunderstorm watch that just issued for the northeastern portion of Kansas, and then that southeastern portion of Nebraska, and basically the very this southwestern portion of Iowa, this very northwestern portion of Missouri there. So this general area has a severe thunderstorm watch, which seems to be mainly probably gonna be a wind and hail threat if anything does occur up that way. But also looking at where that storm is positioned at, it basically it outran that instability with but where it's at right now. The one in Oklahoma. That's not the one in Oklahoma I was talking about. Go to that one. There. Still watching this one for any activity at all for a tornado, but I think at this point it's kind of dying out for the most part. It is now warned for Core-size hail compared to Lime. The one over in Nebraska, that could be something to watch, potentially. Let me actually go back up with it real quick. Yeah, this definitely... Hold on, let me go back a little bit here. Because this looks like it was trying to hook earlier. Which is impressive considering the environment is... I mean, not that we couldn't see tornadoes up this way, but it's just impressive that that there was any development of like something that was trying to hook at least. There's definitely quite a hail core on both of these up here in Nebraska too. I was gonna say, I just noticed. Well, I didn't just notice, but I did just see the two messages from him. Which I try to use, I try to use, I try to attempt to use, like some type of translate thing, but to be honest, I don't know how much of it is correct because I don't particularly know Spanish. I may only know like maybe a couple of words. I know I took Spanish one of like a couple of years ago at this point, but half of it I don't really remember. I may have to brush up on my Spanish skills. Although Spanish is I mean it's different from Spanish speaking country to Spanish speaking country. I mean they're all generally like similar, of course, but some things are different compared to others. Like even with English too, because I know there's some phrases in the UK that are not used here, and there's some things that are said here that are not used in the UK, and vice versa. I'm kind of curious. Let me go back up to this one here, because I doubt. I know we're right near two different radar stations, so it's gonna be interesting to see which one is gotta give us a good view of this. Still seems to be quite the supercell that is quite up there in the atmosphere. Also, another thing that I don't know if they I don't know if they understand what I say though either. So it's probably so it could be a two-way where nobody knows what's being said. I guess I don't know. So still got this severe dust warning here, which probably is gonna get led to expire out if it doesn't get canceled out. But this one is still warned. This one here is still warned for up to I think that's ping pong size hail. Yeah, ping pong size hail on this one here. So right now it's been mainly a wind and hail threat. So I was watching both Brandon Copper stream and also Connor Crofts. Brandon is in Moore right now, which is like right up here. So he's right in Moore, making his way south. I'm guessing he's got to try and catch up with these supercells here. And I just heard Brandon Copper say Florida's always a sauna. I mean, yeah, pretty much. I mean, I've been there. I've only been. I think I've been there a couple times. Dropping stuff. Jeez. Yeah. So my guess is Brandon is trying to make his way down to the supercells down here. So far, right now, not a whole lot of activity. Still, I do wonder if it's still struggling with a cap that is in place. Because if there's a plaque, a a cap that's still in place, which is basically a temperature inversion, then storms are. I mean, we've had a couple of storms fire off, but so far storms have really kind of struggled to get. They've been kind of struggling a little bit. And someone I just heard from Connor Croft's side with the walkie-talkie, someone lost her windshield to a turkey. Wait, someone lost their windshield to a turkey? Hold on. What? There's turkeys out on the road? Why did the turkey cross the road? I don't know. Yeah, that's basically what happened from what I'm guessing from what I heard, man. I don't know. Also, I just noticed Cottercraft has a like a pack of water bottles in the back, which is always good to have. I mean, especially when you're on long trips. My God. Seeing a couple posts still from that March 31st day. If you guys remember that, which was 2023. Yeah, the double high risk day. It was definitely, I mean, not that both areas that were high risk didn't have big days, but Iowa was definitely quite the tornado risk area. Wait, hold on. Oh, that was from like 3 hours ago. I'm like, tornado warning where? I thought I missed it, but no, that's the tornado warning in California that happened in like 3 hours ago. I swear, whenever there's like 2% tornado risk in California, there's always at least one tornado warning that happens, at least. Rain report right there with that small shower. It's interesting how that was a severe cell earlier, and now it's back down to just a shower. We actually have a special weather statement on this one here. So we have a couple of storms. Well, I guess it is technically storm, but it is popping up here. Uh, Tracking a strong thunderstorm near Lake Cisco. Winds in the excess of 40 and penny-sized hail. New severe thunderstorm warning I just got issued, and that is gonna be up in Kansas. So they're warning that now for half dollar up to half dollar sized hail up here. still waiting to see what the cell, if any cells are got to be initiating at all. Because if this if we don't have storm, I know this guy. If you still got quite a few hours left still, but if some storms just don't fire off, this is gonna be a pretty big underperformance. And then we'll go back up to Nebraska while we're at it, I guess. Got a couple of half-inch hail reports. So obviously no tornado pos tags on it, but got a couple cells that merged there. So I think for the most part, if we do have a sphere threat in Nebraska, it's probably got to be. So if we do have anything up here, I mean, we're already seeing a hail and wind threat up here compared to a tornado threat, which honestly I don't think we're going to see too much of a tornado threat up here compared to Oklahoma and Kansas still. But right now, nothing has been too super concerning other than that one supercell that was producing baseball-sized hail. I just heard kind of Croft making. If it was kind of Croft, I don't know who made. Also, it's Brandon Kopic. I don't know. I have two streams going at once right now. Might have been Connor. I don't know. Oh, we do have a wind report. Grand Island Airport, 73 mile per hour wind gust at the airport. That's insane. And this is probably updated to yeah, up to 70 mile per hour winds since we got that report. So the highest we've had for a wind threat so far, 70 miles per hour. For a hail threat, up to baseball size hail. So far it's been mainly wind and hail that have been the main threats for today. And I have a new meta discussion. Let's pull that up real quick. So, here's the new meta discussion. Isolated large hail and locally severe gusts possible with initial storms, and that's going to be in Texas. And as you can see, there's not really a threat where we're going to be seeing too much of a strong tornado threat in Texas compared to Oklahoma and Kansas. Hail and wind are probably going to be the main threats we're going to be seeing in Texas. Not that we couldn't see a brief spin up potentially, but I think wind and hail are going to be the main threats in Texas. Just check at this point. I'm checking to see if there's anything on any hail reports at all on Twitter that I can see. I do wonder what the dew points look like right now. I mean, they're all in the 60s still for the most part. So I don't know how much of this is really struggling with moisture. You can see where the dry line is at over here because you can see dew points literally in like 25 there. Yeah, 60s. A lot of the dew points are in the 60s for the most part. Still wondering if some of these are still really just struggling with some of the ingredients, and also I do wonder if there's a cap that is still in place that this is struggling with too, because that could be a big factor. I just noticed there is a flood report right there. Report type: street road flooding, street road closed, vehicle stranded, and that's in Newkirk. So we do have a bit of a flooding threat in Oklahoma, it looks like. Still watching to see what happens here. Let me see what the lapse rates look like at the mid level here. Yeah, mid level is not well, low level is not great. Mid level is up there, however. Low level is just not great right now. Still got, I mean, there's still quite a bit of instability. I still do wonder if that cap is in place and that's just absolutely just struggling with it right now. So I do want to, hey, let me look at satellite while I'm at it. I do wonder if there is some dust that we're dealing with here. Because if there's dust, which I feel like we've been seeing, then that's definitely gonna kill quite a bit of a risk. Let me look at the, because this is going till 12 in the morning. And also, I just realized too, we do have the severe dust warning going on for it, which a lot of this has been kind of shrinking over the past couple of hours, well, couple minutes here, at least 15 minutes. It's been just dying out. Yeah, not many storms are firing off right now. So I don't think we. I was gonna say I would pull up some cyclone ports, but I don't think there's any in Oklahoma. Which there is no cyclone ports in Oklahoma. Yeah, 'cause I was gonna pull up a couple of those, but we don't have any in that area. We do have one in Nebraska, Norfolk. I feel like. Let me check on the northern side here. That's not the northern side. Where is it? Kansas. There. So we do actually have a couple cells that are starting to pop up in Kansas, actually. So maybe we'll see a severe threat start popping up in Kansas, but at this point, only time will tell because everything's been struggling quite a bit right now, and I mean the environment's there, but like I said, it's just the cap that's in place for now that's preventing everything from it. And let me go up to Nebraska because I know there's been quite a bit of activity up that way too. Which I mean, for a tornado threat, I mean, I don't think we're really gonna have too much of a tornado threat because I don't. How much? What is the dew points still collecting up here? 47. So you need dew points at least in the 50s for a tornado threat. So it's like hear my ears ringing right now. I might need to take my headset off for a minute or two. Oh, I need a stretch too. Oh. All right, there we go. think right now, I mean, I know there's not a whole lot of severe weather activity going on up here, but let me actually just download a few frames here so I can go back. Some stuff in Kansas might be something to look for here. So someone just posted from Tropical Tidbits. It looks like the GFS. Wait, unless this is hold on. Unless this is like a really old post. It looks like a really old post. Wait, this post is yeah, well, it's a oh wait, well, I mean it's April Fool's post, but I'm guessing it basically looks like from Milton, like a fork like a mile run for Milton back in October of last year. This the one down here looks like it's still trying to do something. It's gotta be something to watch at least, but for the most part, it's a lot of this has been struggling for the most part. I wonder. Hold on, let me check. Because it doesn't look like there's any rotation on it. Definitely does have a hail core in it, though. Yeah, it's been pretty. I know saying quiet. It's like a one word. Oh, it's like one of those words. Oh yeah, you don't say that. Otherwise, all hell's gonna break loose, basically. But probably Deep Brand, which is a phone case maker, made a phone case that's literally called Touch Grass. So, do we have any storm chasers on the one in Oklahoma? Because I don't know how many are even gonna be. I know, well, I know there's gonna be quite a few out there, but the question is how many are gonna be out there. I do need to get some water real quick here too. I do wonder when the next Outlook is gonna be. So I don't know if it's gonna be. Actually, let me check the site here. So day one Outlook is scheduled by 0100Z. So current UTC time. So it should be out in a few minutes here. Oh, that okay. So I just saw the post of the storm chaser that got hit by a turkey. It was Jordan Hall. So who else is live streaming right now for Storm Chasers? So Max Archer's on this Storm. I just found that through Max yeah, Max Velocity. And then I forgot there's also Hunter, I think Hunter Hurley, I think. Yeah. Let's see where he's at. Not sure where he's at. Still keeping an eye on the cell here. You can see that area that was a storm earlier dying out to the northeast of that one. Let's see if we got a update yet from a storm predictor on the outlook, because right now this is I feel like it could go down to a 5% tornado risk compared to a 10%. Because with that cap in place, any storms are just gotta struggle to get going. Do wonder if we have any reports in Nebraska at all. I know we have a couple of reports probably, right? Yeah. Half dollar, dime, Mesonet, Grand Island Mesonet, half dollar, quarter. So a lot of hail and, well, we got a couple wind reports, but quite a few hail reports, if anything, so far. So I think, what is this warrant for? Half dollar? And they got course ice in Kansas. You got up to ping pong size hail and same amount power winds in Nebraska. And they did just issue, I guess, a new severe thunderstorm warning. Well, not warning. Uh, Outlook. So I just saw it from the IEM, but of course that's gonna take a little bit to actually load in the full thing. See if I got anybody else that's live right now. There's Tornado Pagey that was live earlier. I don't know if she's still live. She is. I don't know who else is live right now. You got TRG Tornado that's live. All right, let's see what they have now for. They still have an enhanced risk out for. Let me show you guys this real quick here. Let me go to the previous outlook real quick. Actually, all right. All right. So here is the one. I think this is from this morning with this one, and then this one is the current outlook. So you can see that enhanced risk area is a lot smaller than it was earlier. Still have the basically the original areas that were under enhanced risk for northern portion of Oklahoma, and also and the same areas for Kansas and Missouri still. Marshall risk is a little bit different, but other than that, really not too much difference for outlooks. Still dealing with a cap that is in place right now. So storms I feel like are still gonna be, even if we have an enhanced out right now, it's gonna be still struggling. And new Spirit Storm just got issued. Let's see where I was issued. I think that's in Kansas. So another Spirit Storm that's popped up in Kansas, which we'll see load in here in a second. Which that is going to be warned for core size hail and 6 mile per hour winds. Now let's see if we have the full thing out. We do. Still have a 10% tornado risk out there. Same with the wind and hail. Yeah, I need to get water. Alright. Alright. Regis, I'm sitting in my chair. Now I'm gonna check what the TRG, and might as well check out what Davis does weather is doing too. Why not? I got another Sphere Dancer warning that just got issued for ping pong size hail. So it's gonna be up here. So if you gotta wanna, if you have anything outside, you gotta wanna bring it in. If you haven't already. Now let's open up my water bottle. All right. Ugh. Another severe thunderstorm just got issued, and that's gonna be in Kansas. It's gonna be for this one down here. That's gonna be for core size hail. And they did just release a new Mesoscale discussion. So, tornado threat appears to have decreased substantially, especially in the near term. So my question is, are they gonna end up continuing tornado watch in Oklahoma or not? Because it does not seem right now that tornado threat is gonna be too much of an issue right now, just due to the cap. Because the cap is kind of like killing off everything right now. So there's so many storms. I feel like that so far this year has been. Oop, okay, there we go. I said I feel like so many systems so far this week have been pretty underperformative. I mean, there's that one day, I think it was Sunday, where we had a bunch of wind and hail reports. That definitely performed, but not so much that tornado threat. I feel like this is gonna be a similar situation because it's either you got a cap in place or you have way too messy of a storm mode. Checking to see if we had anything at all. So far, it's been It looks like Tornado Pagey just ended her stream. So I think at this point we're coming to the down to the wire where at this point it's gonna just be sporadic areas of like tiny areas for severe storms. Still watching this one down here to see if it does anything or not. John McKinney is streaming. I'm surprised they even kept that enhanced risk. I mean, I guess the environment is there, I guess, but right now it's just a cap that is just it's struggling heavily with that cap right now. See if we got anybody else. I don't know if Connor's still streaming. I think yeah he is. Um, Obviously Davis does weather streaming. So I think they are starting to cancel out that. Yeah, they're starting to cancel out that tornado watch. So still gotta keep an eye on that storm down here, which I. And that's just not a special weather statement at this point. Wind gust up to 40 mph and half inch hail. There's also some storms up here in Kansas. I wonder if this storm is trying to. I mean, I saw it's kind of similar shape to what it was earlier, but I do wonder if it's still just struggling to even get going still. Still got some storms. I said this is eventually gonna probably make its way into being just like a line of storms. There are actually a couple of reports over here. Icy sidewalks, mixed rain and ice. So it got like mixed rain and you got snow. Yeah, you can kind of see where that special weather statement. Yeah, there's the special weather statement right there. So you can see where the tornado watches got canceled out. You got a couple of areas that still have them ongoing, but see if we got anything up here. Um, Let me go up to Nebraska real quick. Let me go over to Radar Omega real quick. May actually have a couple areas in here that are trying to rotate. Ah, why is my foot hurting for no reason? Definitely gonna be something to watch right here. That's just clear air contamination right there, but definitely gotta keep in my eye on this area here for now. See if what it does, if anything. Because we are starting to get into the point where that little jet should be starting to kick in. We got a special weather statement. Wind gusts to 40 mile per hour and half-inch hail. So even from this radar, it looks like a little bit of rotation there too. Let me go over to Kansas City's radar. But yeah, there are definitely is a. I mean, it's a broad area of rotation, but it is there. Okay, there's a couple of stories. Well, John McKinney is on this tornado, not tornado, but area here. So to kind of get a first front view here on Freddie McKinney's, I keep saying Freddie McKinney, but it's not Freddie McKinney, it's John McKinney. I don't know if that's his dad or what. I think it probably is. Yeah, there's definitely a couple areas here within this that have a couple areas of rotation. Which I mean, this is in the third. I think this is in at least near the 30% area. I definitely gotta keep my eyes on this area now. I think for the rest of, I want to say for the rest of the stream for now, because right now it does not seem like much is got to be happening in the Oklahoma area at this point. Same with Texas as well. Not a lot going on. So definitely, I would say I like most of the bus because if it was a bus, then nothing, no storms would have happened. But definitely a definite underperformance, major underperformance, if anything. That area rotation is like right in front of John McKinney. Looks like. If there is anything that is there. I mean, the lightning's frequent, but hard to see. Trying to see if there's a like trying to see if there's anything on a stream at all. Do you have any updates from the Storm Prediction Center while I'm at it? I don't think we. Okay, nothing from Storm Prediction Center. What about? You know what? Let's check up on Weather Prediction Center while we're at it. I guess. Why not? Let me see if there. Mesoscale precipitation outlook. According to John McKinney, there looks like there is a wall cloud. It looks like that's gonna be something to watch. All right, so here is the. Let me actually kind of increase the size of this real quick. So here is the Weather Prediction Center mesoscale precipitation discussion. So you can see where that triple point is right in there, which you could typically find the area right there where you're gonna find your tornadoes right in there. But you can kind of see where a lot of that struggle down here with the storms. A lot of storms are not struggling too much here. Definitely got an area of rotation there. Let me download more frames here. Yeah, that's definitely been. I mean, it's a broad area of rotation, but it is there. So this could be something to watch for. Yeah, that definitely looks like a lowering on John McKinney's stream. So I think we may finally have something in terms of activity for tornadoes. Don't know if it is a tornado quite yet, but we'll see. They don't have a tornado pause second or anything on it, but something just to watch. Check if we have a CC drop or anything. Let me check. Don't think we do. No. So right now, if there is anything in terms of a funnel, it's just rotation right now. Nothing on the ground yet. I think this is definitely gonna be the biggest concern right now for a tornado. New severe thunderstorm just got issued. It's gonna be in Kansas as well. I definitely starting to see the severe threat starting to pick up a little bit more in Kansas. Yeah, that's definitely trying to wrap up. You can see where the velocities are going. So this is definitely something to watch for here. I don't think we have a debris extinguisher on the ground yet, but still something to watch. It's definitely, once again, still one of the stronger areas of rotation that we've seen. Definitely trying a couple right in there. That's clear air. So if we do have anything, it's gonna be right in there. Once again, this is still like this is definitely one of the stronger areas rotations that I've seen so far. That's a pretty big area too. That's another thing. And this is also now warned for up to tennis ball size hail, by the way. So this is producing not only has a tornado risk on it that we can see here, but also has a hail risk of up to tennis ball size hail. That's another severe thunderstorm that just got issued. I can hear the heavy rain. I think some hail as well on John McKinney's stream. And that new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, is for ping pong size hail and stay up in 70-mile-per-hour winds. So I think we are starting to probably see that little jet starting to kick in here. Which could be a concern. Big concern, actually. So that tornado watch is slowly starting to be phased out. Eventually, be down to just a severe thunderstorm watch, which I don't know if I have that graphic on right now or not. I can hear John McCain's stream struggling with data. That is looking at Radar Omega. That is definitely still seeing some stronger area there. Velocity. Because if we go, hey, let me show like the difference between Radar Omega, and then here's GR2. Radar Omega, GR2. So I think we're definitely gonna be seeing something at least out of this if this does end up getting tornado warned eventually. We now have a tornado warning on this. This is gonna be going for places. Bending. This is gonna be going for Bennington. And I don't know if there's anybody. Hold on, let me check. We got Culver's gonna be behind it at this point, but Bennington I think is gonna be in this. I think Verde. Hopefully this loads in a second here, but Bennington is the main area here that is within this tornado warning. So if any of those areas go the lowest part of building your home, the most interior part of building your home, as you're now underneath a tornado warning. This is the first tornado warning of the day that we've seen so far. See if I got anybody else. Hold on, let me check. Make sure I got everybody. I think Verde. And this is gonna be in Kansas. Looking at the latest scan here, it does not seem like that velocity is as tight potentially. Although I do wonder if how much of that was a little bit of contamination within that area. Because it looks like there could have been contamination within that. Still seems to have a tight area of rotation still. This could be going towards the northeast still towards Bennington. If you're in Bennington, continue to stay in your safe places as you're still underneath the tornado warning, of course, as just was just issued. Radar indicated at the moment. This particular supercell is producing up to tennis ball size hail. Now we have another tornado warning, which is gonna be just to the southwest of that. So I think we are starting to see a little bit of an uptick in tornado activity now, as that low jet is starting to kick in. We'll see that load in a second. But that tornado warning is going to be going for Raymond, Chase, Lyons, Mitchell, Little River, Frederick, Geneso, Bushton, Lorain, and that's going to be in Kansas as well with this other tornado warning that's going on. So if you're in that area, those areas, go to lowest part of building your home and lowest tier part of building your home. And that tornado warning is going to be going for an hour and 4 minutes. So I have 2 ongoing tornado warnings in Kansas. And there's the other tornado warning on Tier 2 analysis that's now loaded in. It's going to be near the... It's going to be able to be viewed on the Kansas... not Kansas, Wichita radar. So you can see where that air rotation is right in there. It's going to be right just to the west of Raymond. Now we'll go back up to the one over here. If I could actually check that. If I could click on the right tornado warning, that is. On the thing here. Yeah, that still has an area. That still has a tight area rotation, it seems. Although, it does look like it kind of closed off its inflow. It looks like this is still producing up to tennis ball size hail. So we had not only have that tornado risk, but we have a pretty sizable hail risk actually too. So that's gonna make this even more of a dangerous situation. And we have a new meta-scale discussion as well as we are speaking. And this is gonna be for the severe thunderstorm watch area, and it's basically for the latest surface observations and then surface pressure as well. And then you can see all the station plots everywhere. See, there's a tornado risk, wind risk, and then a hail risk. We are definitely seeing that hail and also tornado risk kicking in right now, basically, at this point. Haven't really seen anything with anything else so far right now that is notable for anything occurring at the moment. And that's Severe Thunderstorm Warning. It's got expire on next minute here, but they're probably gonna issue a new one probably. Yeah, okay. I said I pause. I think I unpaused the well, paused the loop there at the wrong spot because it kind of paused at the weird spot. And it looks like that area rotation. I wonder if it kind of moved over to here. Got to watch and see, but definitely quite the hill core right in there. Because it does look like that area rotation kind of included out. Let me go over to this tornado warning over here real quick. I think they did just issue a new severe dust warning for, yeah, they issued a new severe dust warning for that cell that is, that one cell that has a tornado warning on it. Still tennis ball size hail, and also up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. So not only is that cell producing, this cell over here producing tennis ball size hail, but also sending up to 7-mile-per-hour winds. I swear, I feel like my phone is like on a weird like angle for some reason. I mean, all the like the red bands are all in the right place. So I don't know what's going on with that. Doesn't seem like anything produced from this. Does seem like it had an area of tight rotation, but it doesn't look like anything like produced at all. I could be wrong, and something briefly could have produced. Like, oh, let me go back a little bit. Like, there maybe, but it could just be hail contamination because there is a lot of hail within this supercell here. Is that another area there that might actually be? Looks like it was another area that looks like it was trying to rotate. Although it looks like it was a little bit in the clear air area there, so maybe not. Might check on that tornado watch. They still have it going for the southern Kansas. They no longer have any tornado watches ongoing in Oklahoma. So Oklahoma is pretty much good on the tornado threat. And I mean, there's still a in the northern portion here with a severe threat, but for the most part, like over here in Oklahoma, there's still an enhanced risk area for that 10% tornado risk area. Otherwise, other than that, everywhere else down here is pretty much a just probably if there's any storms at all that do produce or fire off, it's just gonna be wind or hail. But honestly, what we already saw from earlier today, that cap, there's a cap in place, and it basically like killed off anything that could have happened with those. So, not really expecting much more of a severe threat downstream at this point. I'm surprised they still kept a slight risk and enhanced risk, but maybe they're. My guess is they're compensating for overnight. Check back up. We have another tornado warning that just got issued. It's an extension on the tornado warning. So that's including Verde, Niles. Oh, let me switch over to Radar Omega. Actually, that's probably gonna take a little while. But that is now including Verde, Niles, Talamage, Manchester, and Buckeye. And that's gonna be in Kansas as well, because that's gonna be it's an extension of the tornado warning. If there is any rotation in there, it's gonna be right in there. Which, I mean, it's not super tight rotation, but it is there. I do wonder, let me take a look at reflectivity, because it looks like it's extending out to down here with the convection. And this is still warned for up to tennis ball size hail. And then the other tornado warning that's over here, warned still for another 52 minutes. Which, I am kind of curious how fast this is moving. This is moving northeast at 45, the other one over here. They do have a little bit of hook. You can see the hook on us right there, just to the west of Chase, Kansas. Let me go back over to here. So we have, we have 3 ongoing tornado warnings, but one of them is an extension of a tornado warning. So technically we have 2 tornado warnings ongoing until the other one is expired out or canceled out. And we do have a bunch of convection to the west of this, so that could merge into this one here. Although, hold on, I am noticing a little bit of, that is quite a hook actually on the latest scan. Because you have a hook going like that, and you got this big circle right there. That definitely could be something to watch for the next couple minutes here. Actually, yeah, not even a couple minutes. Actually, maybe like 15 minutes, if anything, depending on what does actually end up occurring here. Because the inflow would be right in there for that clear air areas. Once again, this could be for Verde, Niles, Talamage, and Manchester, and Buckeye, and Kansas. Let me turn on 2 panels real quick. Let me do that and that. So here's kind of you got the reflectivity on one side and then the velocity on the other side. I think this is probably gonna be probably the best idea right now, so we can take a look at this a little bit better than just one singular screen. I know I can kind of switch between reflectivity and velocities pretty quickly, but with what is going on with this particular cell, I think this is gonna be the most concerning right now, going towards Manchester and Talamage. Or is that? I don't think it's or Talamage. I'm not. I don't think. And now I'm looking at the name. That might not be Talamage. It just might be Talmage. Talmage. Let's see where that air rotation. That was where, if we can get, hold on, if we go back a little bit more here. Let me zoom out. So you can see this, that's where it was originally warned for, right in there. And then it kind of occluded a little bit. And now it's kind of re-strengthening as it's going towards the east here. East-northeast. Still an area that is, I think is going to be our biggest concern still here, compared to the other tornado warning that's ongoing. Not that the other one couldn't produce a tornado, but right now, I think our biggest threat is going to be the one we're looking at right now. Make sure. Let me check the CC drop if there is one at all. I don't think there is. I don't think there is anything on the ground, but I do want to make sure because it could have been a brief touchdown, but it doesn't look like there is anything. And there's also contamination from hail as well, since this is producing up to tennis ball size hail with the supercell. Seems like that area is becoming quite messy and not as organized for area rotation again. Because it looked like it was more organized there, and then it kind of fell apart. Definitely, once again, still something to keep an eye on. Because this is, I think, one of the more concerning ones so far at the moment. Just watching John McKinney stream as well while I'm at it with this particular storm. Because he is on this one. He did see like a wall cloud on this one earlier when he was over in, I think it was Salina, I think. They just released another outlook. They still have a enhanced risk outline. So not much has changed from the last one. It looks like that area rotation seems to be tight again. Like right in there. And they did just cancel out that, or actually, no, it definitely expired out. Because if it was canceled out, it would have been gone a little bit ago. But that other tornado warning that was on that area over here is canceled out. Slash expired out. We do have a wind report right here in Ottawa County here. Bennington, 60 miles per hour wind gusts. And also a hail report for core size hail and also here. I also have another wind report over here near Headville. I do wonder. Let me look at the other tilts. Cause I don't know how far back some of these are. I think the other tilts are kind of far behind, other than this one. I think. They're all kind of a little bit far behind on some of these. So it looks like even in the upper level. So yeah, this is quite an area of rotation on this one. That's been developing for quite a little while at this point. Or at least trying to, I should say. So John McKinney is on the backside here. There's actually a funnel cloud report here from Emergency Management over near 3 miles north of Niles there. So it doesn't look like we have as tight of area of rotation at this point. Does look like it is trying to recycle again with that area rotation. So it looks like this is gonna be a cycle where we're gonna see it recycle a tornado, like not tornado, but recycle that area of rotation, probably maybe a few times here. But just hearing John McKinney's weather radio go off. I don't know, making sure my audio was working on my phone there. But yeah, my audio is indeed working. Okay. Yeah, still watching for this to potentially try and recycle its area rotation. It's been kind of like you can see where it's been rotating from previous areas where it was tornado warned or was rotating earlier. They have a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust here, actually. Look at that. 70-mile-per-hour winds. I thought that was 60 earlier. What did I read? I was saying, oh, that one. We got this one over here. Still got, how long we got on that tornado warning? Still 41 minutes, which is a long time on that one. And velocities look pretty messy. Even on Radar Omega, which sometimes I have to rely on for velocities when I want to get a little bit clearer color table. Not that this isn't a clear color table with what I have on now, but so one thing I'm hearing from I mean this is warned for 7 mile per hour up to 70 mile per hour winds, but what I'm hearing from John McKinney's stream, winds are pretty bad. Yeah, I think that area rotation, I mean, it was trying to recycle, but does not look like it's trying to do that at this point again. Definitely still something to watch though, just in case it does. Also something to watch on the other tornado warning over here, which let me go to that one real quick, if I can actually click on the right radar here on the warning area. Alright, so, I mean, yeah, you still have a little bit of area rotation that's gonna be right in, somewhere in there. But honestly, it's a pretty, if there is rotation in that area, it's pretty weak at this point. We are kind of in an area which is kind of in a radar hole, surprisingly, within Kansas. Even with Kansas being really flat, there's still a radar hole. Because you think they would put like maybe a radar somewhere nearby, more nearby, and somewhere in here, but I guess not. Just need a radar site that's a little bit like more clear within. I mean, Got Wichita right here. Sorry, pretty close. Need, I wonder what this radar can see here. I mean, I guess we're kind of in between radars either way. Well, how much longer we? I know I checked up on the other one, but 37 minutes on the tornado warning over covering by just north of Lyons, and that's still covering Bushton, Frederick, Geneseo, Lorraine, Gulf, Mitchell. I don't know if I mentioned Little River yet, but that is covering that area as well with that tornado warned area. Still got 37 minutes. They may end up canceling that one. They still got 7 minutes on tornado warning where we're looking at right now. That area of rotation definitely not as I mean, it's broadened out at this point. Not really much there anymore compared to earlier. Alright, so I want to see what we got on Twitter here. Do I follow John McKinney on? Does he even have a I don't even know if he has if he even has a Twitter. Let me check. Man, I've been seeing all day with the HRRR and the NAM putting out basically PDS tornado soundings. Alright, John McKinney does indeed have a Twitter. Posted 3 hours ago with the horseshoe vortex. Oh yeah, I did see that post earlier. Okay. Still got 4 minutes on that tornado warning. I said I'm looking at Radar Omega. You can kind of see that area of rotation from Topeka's radar on this storm here that is tornado warned still for another how long? 34 minutes. Don't know if they'll continue that tornado warning or not, but we'll have to see. Because it is a kind of an area where radars have a hard time seeing that area, even with this radar being here, with the Wichita's radar. I mean, you still have a decent view of it. I mean, it's not super far from radar. That's close enough where you can kind of see where that's at right in there. But for the most part, kind of in an area that's kind of hard to see on radar. Got another tornado warning that they just issued. It's a continuation of this tornado warned area. Still gonna be going for Buckeye. This is still gonna be going for the area of Buckeye. This includes Wakefield and Milford, Upland, And on here, you can kind of see, I think this includes industrial as well. Once that loads in, we'll get a better view of it. Alright, there we go. There is the terrain warning that is now fully loaded in. As you can see, there is the areas of industry, upland, Milford, and Wakefield that is included within this tornado warning. What's up? Welcome to the stream. But if you're in any of these areas here, whoever's in this tornado warning for in industry, upland, Milford, and Wakefield, the lowest part building your home, or tier part building your home. I know it's a pretty rural area in Kansas. I know, well, Kansas in general is pretty rural, but something to kind of make sure you're in a safe place. Do we have anything at all? Don't think we have any CC drop at all on this. So far so good that we don't have a tornado on the ground quite yet. This has been mainly an area of rotation so far. Yeah, I saw your comment, by the way, on the stream, on my one stream. I'm like, what outbreak? I'm like, so I don't know if it was like if you're just, I don't know what outbreak we were talking about. I'm like, what outbreak is going on? Because there was like no activity whatsoever going on in Oklahoma or even in Kansas until like now, basically. Unless you were seeing my tweets from Sunday, probably is my guess. John McKinney's audio is taking a massive dump right now. At EF2 touchdown in Hickman County. So it's basically a significant tornado touchdown in your county, basically. And we have another tornado warning that did just get issued for actually quite a few towns again, and that's gonna be to this cell over here, which that's gonna be once this loads in fully. Just from this radar, looks like there's some strong rotation going on in it. Let me actually go and switch over to that real quick once the warning does actually load in. Hopefully. Although I'm just as a question, as you say, was that like a higher end EF2 or was it a low end or like middle of the road with the rating they gave for that tornado? All right, they did just they did. Okay, there's the warning box. So this is gonna be including Langley, Marquette, Fallon, Brookville, Bavaria, Canero, and I think is that Canopolis, I think, is included within that tornado warning as well. You can actually see an area right near Ganeso that I think is actually trying to ramp up in velocities there for rotation. And Bavaria. And that's also, once again, got to be in Kansas. So right now we have basically 3 ongoing tornado warnings right now. The one over here where we're looking at right now, this one is probably the one of the supercells right now that we're looking at that's been. It's been. They say it says moving. I think what was it, 40 miles per hour? I think 45 northeast at 45 miles per hour. But this is moving pretty slowly towards northeast. I should go over to 2 panels real quick so we can look at this. So yeah, there's your rotation in there. Actually, hold on. Because actually, never mind. It could actually be. This is like a really weird spot. Because I think it's pretty much in there. Just even looking at Radar Omega, which, let me switch over that real quick. You can see where that area of rotation is right in there from from the distance from this radar in Topeka. You see where that area rotation is right in there. And if we go back up to the one over here, where this one was just warned again, I think there's a little bit of a notch that's trying to form right in there, wherever that area of rotation is trying to rotate, but I feel like it's I mean, there's a little bit. It did have a little bit of. Hang on, let me just. They have a little bit of a hook on it earlier, and then like right there, that's where I had that hook right there, and then kind of broadened out. Still, I think it still pretty much is kind of a broad area of rotation if there's anything even existing at this point in there. They did just condense that tornado warning on this area, so this one includes Lowell River, Ganeso. Kind of interesting that they're still including Lowell River, since most of the area that is a bigger concern is all the way up towards the northwest of it. I'm not talking through Alexa, so my spelling for some words will suck. I was gonna say, if anything, Alexa made more misspellings than you probably will. So John McKinney has his camera pointed somewhere. I can't even tell. I don't know if it's towards the window, because... Oh, no, it is towards out the window. Okay, it was a really dark spot where he was at. I think it's somewhere in over here, I think, somewhere. Because he's in Solomon, Kansas. Let me search where that's at. Solomon. Oh, no, he's not inside that tornado warning anymore. So he's going south towards that tornado warning that we're looking at right now, basically. Another severe thunderstorm warning that just got warned. That's gonna be in Kansas as well. Gonna be going for an hour and 7 minutes. I was gonna say too, because this eventually, probably once it gets into more into Missouri and Iowa, it's probably gonna eventually condense into a line of storms, probably depending on what these do. Because I know the models have been kind of like forecasting that, and I know the H hit. Yeah, even the HRRR was like forecasting a couple supercells in Oklahoma, and then it wasn't, and then it was, and it's like back and forth constantly. It is absolutely windy where John McKinney is at right now. I keep accidentally hitting R because I'm so used to hitting the keys. Which once again is the nice thing about GR2 analysis is I can hit like one key and I'll hit shift. Because I mean I know what it's like two keys to like switch through C velocity or reflectivity on like Radio Omega, but yeah. Is a tornado warning that you're tracking confirmed? It is radar indicated. Both tornado warnings are radar indicated. Including this one up here is also radar indicated. So far, most of these have been radar indicated, nothing confirmed. Tornado HQ and Attic Radar. I say I've heard of Attic Radar. I think I've used it like maybe once to see what it kind of looks like. I don't know about the other one though. They say the same, yeah. Pretty much. They're pretty much both radar indicated. Let me switch over to this tornado warning real quick here. Because they did just condense this tornado warning. How long does this tornado warning have left? Let me check. And they did just issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for this area too. For Gulf Coast hail and up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. That same thing with the tornado warning. Tornado warning for this one is gonna be going for another 17 minutes. There's a severe thunderstorm warning. And then for this one, I know. Or wait, hold on. Maybe. Okay, there we go. For this one, I know I mentioned earlier having about... How long does it have it now, actually? Let me check. 17 minutes as well. Because, I mean, they were issued at roughly... Well, not the same time, but for the same amount of time, I think. Well, actually, no, because this one was issued for longer, because it was like an hour. The other one, not so much. Still have an area that is rotating, still near Langley. And this is pretty much outside of this tornado warning at this point. So my guess is they're going to cancel it out eventually. Tornado Shoot was my first ever radar I ever used. Now it's for updates, but Attic Radar can switch to the Radar Omega type radar colors. I say my first like radar app for me, because before I got Radar Omega, I used the WeatherBug, which is more like MRMS if anything, with smoothing on. And then also using the WGN app as well for weather. Those are like the two main ones that I ever used. And then once I started getting more into weather, I started using what I'm using now with Radar Omega and GR2 analysis, and then also now as well with WeatherWise, because WeatherWise has been getting pretty good as well, I will say. And they recently came out with premium, so that's kind of interesting. And by the way, the yearly for WeatherWise is literally cheaper than the yearly I'm paying for beta for Radar Omega. But I'm still waiting on a couple features for them to add, like being able to tab through frames and whatnot, and then also adding alert sounds like Radar Omega, because that's the nice thing I like about Radar Omega is being able to hear the alerts. So I know, hey, there's a severe thunderstorm warning, there's a tornado warning, and then I can switch to that alert quickly. Still have a little bit of still have an area of rotation still, just right ahead of just to the north of Langley at this point. Once again, if you're in any of these areas, continue to stay in your safe places until the tornado warning is either expired out or canceled out. And then also same for this one over here with Wakefield and Milford. Although I have a feeling that one's just gonna be let to expire out, depending on what they end up doing with that one. It does not seem like there's any rotation at this point with the area near Wakefield and Milford. All right, so not Jimmy, but John McKinney is in Chapman, Kansas. I got a hiccup. Where is Chapman? Hold on. So he's still like very northeast of that tornado warning. Still seeing even on Topeka's radar, still seeing that area rotation that we've been looking at for a little while at this point with this tornado warning storm. Use that 7SE. I was gonna say 7SE sounds like a phone uh thing. I keep seeing random garbage on my timeline on Twitter. Like why like can my like Twitter timeline be normal for once? Still got another 39, well, about 40 minutes left on that tornado warning. Still got 9 minutes on the one over in Milford and Wakefield. So I guess they're letting that one expire out. They still have looking at Radar Mega, they still have a tornado watch ongoing in the southern portion of Kansas, surprisingly. Alright, so they did end up canceling that tornado warning over in Milford and Wakefield. So we no longer have a tornado warning on that storm. So we just still have this one obviously going on still for another 38 minutes. You can still see where, okay, that just updated. You can still see where the areas where the tornado watch is still going. Surprisingly, this hasn't been canceled out. My guess is they're still like waiting to see if any activity starts popping up downstream, maybe. But I don't know. I really don't see much going on with that area at the moment. Till maybe till overnight, if anything, does end up occurring. Man, this is I will say I think the weather this weather setup definitely April fooled everybody. Evan Freiberger went live. So John McKinney is reporting some inflow was reporting inflow earlier, and now he's talking about outflow too. So I guess we'll see what happens in probably the next half hour, because this still has quite a long ways to go on this tornado warning. Continue to stay in a safe place if you're in any of these areas. It's the only tornado warning that's ongoing at the moment. So at the moment, from what I'm seeing so far, a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. There's a couple still, even in Nebraska too. A couple of the areas near Grand Island. Might check back up on this area because there is a I don't know how long ago this was, but looks like 6 minutes ago. Looks like funnel reported by spotter looking northwest from Milford. So that was from way earlier when it was over by Milford and Wakefield. There's an area there. No hook on that because it's in a clear area there, but definitely not rotation on that at this point. Let's go back down to here because still got a while here. Uh, funnel cloud report from a few minutes ago as well. Train spotter. Now you know my YouTube For You page. Also, I've been talking through Alexa. My internet went out. Your Twitter page. Oh, fun times with internet outages. Saw a video from Noah Bergen, which is a meteorologist at Fox 35. A lot of lightning in downtown. Well, 2 hours ago, it's the post was, but a lot of lightning in the Orlando area. Friends revenue to us touchdown near South. Oh, that was okay. That was sounds like it was real close then with some of the houses there. So it looks like this area rotation is starting to kind of fall apart a little bit here. So it does not seem to be as organized of a supercell for producing a potentially producing a tornado, anyways. It is now 10 p.m. Central. Actually, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a second. This just went PDS warrant. So where was this located? Confirmed tornado was located 8 miles southwest of Brookfield, 12 miles northwest of Lindsborg. Who's? I said, what was this confirmed by? Radar? Damage to tornado weather spires confirmed. So this is a PDS tornado that's on the ground going northeast towards Simolan, Fenton, and it's gonna be near Brookfield. So apparently we do have a PDS tornado that's on the ground. So we have a PDS tornado warning ongoing. And this was reported that's where the report was. Train spotter Ellsworth, Kansas County, 8 miles southwest of Brookfield. That's where that was spotted with that PDS tornado. So if you're any here, continue to stay in safe places if you haven't already, because you were issued a tornado warning. This tornado was issued earlier for radar indicated tornado, but now we do have a tornado that's on the ground. PDS tornado warning. There's a damaging tornado that's on the ground. Although the CC drop doesn't look like much. So I do wonder. So because sometimes you get like a report and it looks like a giant, it looks like a big tornado. Well, continue to monitor it, of course, just in case something does end up actually occurring here as well, and it continues to occur. I probably gotta see an extension on tornado warning in a minute here. Tornado issues new warning siren when a warning or update to a tornado warning occurs when I'm at max volume on a tablet and it blares ears. Yeah, that's one quick way to go deaf, I guess. With that way. So I know, I don't know if we have anything close, anyone close to this tornado. But we do have, once again, we do have a PDS tornado that's on the ground. Continue to stay in safe places. Probably, once again, we'll probably see an extension on his tornado warning in a second here. Just waiting to see if we get that extension on a tornado warning here. Because if there is a tornado that's still on the ground, they're probably going to extend that tornado warning. And it's going to be including Selena, Saria, Gypsum, and New Cambria. And there's a new tornado warning that just issued. That's going to be for the Selena area, New Cambria, Trenton, Shipton. So Shipton, Selena, New Cambria, and Mentor, and Kip. And that's going to be, once again, in Kansas. So this is down to radar indicated again. So we still have the PDS tornado warning ongoing for another 22 minutes, which is probably gonna be continuing for a little while here. So my guess is back to just just your typical rotation, nothing actually on the ground. But once again, something to monitor, of course, since we did just get a PDS tornado warning on this. That's gonna be going for 52 minutes. So I think Selena was. I don't know if Selena was in the tornado warning or not earlier too. Definitely still seems like it has a hook. It's just the west of Smolin. Yeah, this is the one. I think this is gonna be the one cell here that's gonna be something to watch for a little while here, because it seems like it's trying to hook again near Smolin, going towards Mentor and Selena. There more convection starting to pop on the side here near Fallon again. So I wonder how much that's gonna affect the that area of rotation for recycling, potentially recycling another tornado. I do wonder if that PDS rail was like really brief, because because this area is kind of in a kind of radar hole a little bit with this area here. This is slowly. I'm starting to notice too. It's slowly turning into almost like a line of storms here. So squall line again with what I've been, with what we've been seeing as of lately. I had to use the bathroom real quick, but I am back. Let me just go for a little bit here. So this is slowly making its way out of that PDS tornado warned area. So I do wonder if the Storm Prediction Center has. I know they put out a outlook at 9:12 p.m., but I don't know if they put out any other ones or not. I don't think they did because it really has not changed a whole lot with the. It has not changed much with the outlook at all. They still have a 10% significant severe area over this entire portion of Kansas here. And they still have a marginal into Nebraska, Illinois, whatnot. Although I do understand the marginal for Iowa and whatnot, because I mean the storms are slowly gonna be making their way up that way. So still have 13 minutes on a PDS tornado warning, which we're probably gonna end up canceling out soon here. Then we'll be down to no PDS tornado warning ongoing. So obviously gonna be continuing to monitor the tornado warning ongoing, that the one that was just issued. We'll see how it kind of evolves over the next couple minutes or so, because this is clear. I think this is trying to. It's been trying to, I think, recycle. As is slowly turning into a case where we're gonna have a squall line, I think, eventually, as it's making its way towards the northeast. Let me check. I need to do a couple things here. So I just checking Twitter, see if we have anything. Still got, I think we still have another, yeah, we still have 9 minutes on PDS tornado warning. Don't know, and we still, okay, we do have an observe tag now on the, this tornado warning here. So we may have a tornado that is on the ground near Selena, or is now actually on Selena now at this point, if it is indeed on the ground. Because I did notice a little bit of, let me switch over to Velocity CC there to just follow that. So you can see where the little debris signature right in there near Selena. And then looks like if that is indeed a debris signature that's over Selena, we definitely had a tornado that just hit Selena, if that is the case. So don't know if this is radar confirmed or weather spotters confirmed. Weather spotters confirmed. So still weather spotters confirmed. I'm guessing, I don't know, because it's kind of hard even for me to kind of see where that debris signature is. If that is indeed a debris signature right over Selena right now, which seems to be the case, still seems to be potentially still a tornado going that just passed over Selena still, and still is right now too. So if you're in Selena, New Cambria, if you're in New Cambria, continue to stay safe places. There is a tornado that is on the ground. Go to the lowest part building your home or interior part building your home if you haven't already. Still have a confirmed tornado that's still on the ground as of a little bit ago. If there was a tornado, it probably would have been that little dot in there. Although I do wonder how much of this would have been a little bit of hail contamination within that area too, depending on what we're looking at here. Kind of hard to even spot on here. I'm pretty sure that is the debris signature that was right in there. Still got 5 minutes on that PDS tornado warning. But at this point, I think this point it's pretty much done with that PDS tornado warning. So we just got to turn off PDS warning, the PDS tornado warning at this point on graphics. So we're back down to just a regular tornado warning. Continue to stay safe places. Still got this tornado warning going for another 34 minutes. A new tornado warning that just got issued. Extension on the tornado warning we have going on right now. That's going to be going for Abilene and Manchester. And that also includes Niles and Talmadge. So if you're in any of those areas, go to the lowest part of building your home. The most secure part of building your home, there is a tornado that is on the ground. Probably more than it's most likely gonna be near New Cambria, right in there. If there is indeed a tornado that is on the ground. That tornado warning just disappeared on my oh wait, there we go. There's a PDS warning that disappeared there. So the tornado is gonna be going for Verde, Niles, Abilene, Solomon, Manchester, and Talmadge. So yeah, there definitely seems to be a tornado on the ground potentially if it's gonna be that little area right there near New Cambria. So apparently there is a tornado that is on the ground. Apparently there was a tornado in Idaho. Also looking at the storm prediction center's storm reports page, there is 2 tornado reports, 7 wind reports, and 20 hail reports. Still seems to be a debris signature still near New Cambria, if that indeed is a debris signature. Seems to be a little bit mess on velocity, and also reflectivity doesn't seem to have too much of a hook on it. I think this is back down to just, well, so the tornado warning that was in Salina is back down to radar indicated. The one we're looking at right now is this one here is observed. So this is a very interesting situation. So there's a case where it's on the ground, and there's cases where it's not on the ground apparently, and it's just rotation. And this is all Weather Spire confirmed, by the way. got stuff on my keys for some reason here. Still got 27 minutes on both tornado warnings. Tornado still continuing for New Cambria, looks like. One is observed still, while the other one is radar indicated. Kind of a weird balance between the two tornado warnings. I don't know what's going on with that. This is the training spot reported tornado on the ground. That was with that tornado warning near Smallin. Small cloud. That was the tornado warning. That was the report, I think, for that PDS tornado warning, which apparently was indeed a false report on that. Unfortunately, that was a that was even warned like that from a false report. Still seeing some posts about Hurricane Millen. Hurricane Millen, once again, is still the most insane like hurricane I've seen so far that I've covered. I know there was Hurricane Michael when I know there's been years where we've had My ears absolutely itching right now. Once again, continue to stay in safe places until the tornado warnings are either canceled or expired out. Both still have 23 minutes left on both tornado warnings. And depending on what happens the next 15 minutes after these tornado warnings, I probably will have to end my stream for tonight as it's basically the same situation as Sunday with having morning classes. So 21 minutes left on both tornado warnings. Still continue to stay in your safe places. And looking at this, it looks pretty messy for there to be a tornado at this point. Honestly, can't confidently say that there is one at this point in time. So it might take the other tornado warning down to a radar indicated at this point. We'll see. They just condensed that tornado warning, it looks like. I said, did so from my hearing, Selena did indeed get hit. I mean, we did kind of see that on CC. Hopefully the damage isn't too bad, and hopefully no one, and hopefully people were in, their shelters and whatnot. So I do wonder because hearing John McKinney talk about the inflow, so it sounds like there's some strong inflow. Let me check the other alerts, well, the other warnings real quick, because you got the ones that are warned for wind and hail, but it looks like most of them, some are warned for quarter-sized hail, and there's a couple that are warned for up to ping-pong-sized hail. There's one in Nebraska, actually a couple in Nebraska warned for up to 6 mile per hour winds and a quarter-sized hail. There's one in Iowa that's warned for 70, up to 70 quarter-sized hail, but I think that's the storm that was yeah, so one that was warned for, of course, I said 6 mile per hour winds beforehand, but now it's up to 70. So this is gonna be the one supercell. I think this is gonna be the most. I think this one is gonna be the supercell. That's probably gonna be the most concerning through tonight for right now, at least. Probably would not be surprised if we see some other concerning supercells later through tonight, depending what does happen. And that is no longer unconfirmed. This one is no longer confirmed. It's now down to radar indicated. Both of them are still warned for. Well, one is warned for ping pong. This one's warned for $50. This one's warned for ping pong sized hail. Looks like there's some rotation back over here, from what I'm noticing, near north of Delpre and Maxville potentially. So maybe dealing with some areas that are like they're like embedded supercells within this line. Still watching John McKinney's stream still. See what's going on. He is going towards the tornado warned storm still. That is quite the hail core, I just realized on that as I'm looking. Just making sure. Just checking both velocity and also CC. That's hard to say because got the green over here because that's in the clear air area. We'll see in the next couple minutes or so. See what this is doing. We still have on both tornado warnings 12 minutes. Let's go on. And this storm is headed for places such as Chapman, Upland, Wakefield, and Milford. So where we just had tornado warning probably like half hour ago, I think. A lot of hail coming out of this, though, I will say. Checking to see if we have anything on Twitter as well. That's what I've been kind of looking at as well. Let me check, see if we have anything. Because I know Selena just had a tornado. Oh, wow. That is, quite the funnel if that is indeed the tornado on that photo that I just saw. Apparently there is indeed a tornado. Oh, yeah, there's definitely a tornado that's on the ground there. If that is, yeah, that is definitely a tornado that's on the ground. Again, just to the west of Talmage. Although it could be hail, because you got a quite the sizable hail core right in there. Chances tornado warning gets extended or goes back up to observed, or both, at this rate right now with what we're looking at. Still got two tornado warnings ongoing. Both expire once again, still on their way to expire out soon here. So it looks like another thing too. It looks like this is pretty. I mean, it's nighttime and also probably some rain that's not helping with this as well. So it's pretty difficult to see. It looks like. And we're now down to one tornado warning ongoing for which could be going for another 8 minutes. They did cancel out the other one since I mean most of the threat has moved to more towards this tornado warning in here. Still trying to see because that made potentially a brief touchdown just west of Talmage. Also could be hail contamination because we do have quite a bit of hail in this area. I mean, look at that hail core. I don't know. I keep accidentally putting yeah, because that's what the hail core look like right in there. Still got 7 minutes. So I swear, so I feel like a minute goes by so slowly for some reason. Looks like John McKinney is at a gas station. Looks like. Let's over this radar real quick here, because this is gonna be the closer radar, and we have a new tornado warning, and that is radar indicated. So looking at radar Omega, which has a little bit of better view, you can see where that area rotation is right in there near Manchester, and this new tornado warning is including Buckeye, Upland, Industry, and everywhere else west of Wakeland, or not Wakeland, Wakefield. This also includes Telemage still. And this tornado warning is going to be going for 34 minutes. See where it's rotating from previous scans. You see a hook right there. I think that's... Looks like, yeah, it's definitely been trying to hook for a little while at this point. I think Red Omega has been having a little bit better presentation of that hook compared to GR2 analysis. At this moment, anyways. This is radar indicated once again. If you're in any of these areas, Buckeye, Industry, and Upland, make sure you're in the lowest part of building your home and the most secure part of building your home. And make sure you stay in your safe places till the storm warning is either canceled out or expired out. Switch over to dual view real quick. CC. Nothing on the ground. Does look like that area rotation doesn't seem to be as tight. I mean, that rotation's still like. Oh, let me go back a little bit. Because that rotation would be going about there-ish. Doesn't look as tight of an area of rotation right now. I do wonder what that, yeah, the reflectivity. You still see a hook on that reflectivity. And how far behind are we right now? 10:58, so we're only a minute behind. But you can see where that hook is right near Buckeye, and there's that inflow notch right in there. Just continuing to monitor, of course. I feel like this is a bit of a weird view with reflectivity and velocity, but at least it gives. I want to say it gives it at least somewhat of a view here. Let me switch them around here because that'll be a little bit better. Yeah, that's a lot better. Yeah, still have a hook on that. Probably still trying to potentially produce a tornado still. It's like a bedded supercell in there. So I'll have the tornado watch ongoing down here for another hour. Because that was a tornado watch as, well, it was issued for 12 a.m., which is almost in an hour, basically. Or basically in an hour at this point. Ah, just hit my elbow. So nothing, no reports of anything at this point. I did see a couple things with the Selena tornado. Don't know if there was any damage or not. Which, I mean, there was the debris ball there, but We'll have to see once. I don't know who covers that area for the CWA region. No. Oh, I got hiccups again. So depending on what this does in the next, I know I said 15 minutes before. Let me check the. I know the outlook hasn't changed a lot. Yeah, it hasn't really changed a lot. They haven't even released a new one. I'm interested in seeing what areas are gonna change, what are not gonna change for tomorrow. So I have a feeling some things are probably gonna change. And we have a new mesoscale discussion. Let me pull that up real quick. So, primary corridor of severe weather for next few hours. They still have the tornado probabilities at pretty high, like significant tornado parameter there. Hail risk is still up there as well. Looks like we are starting to see a little bit of a squall line here. I doubt I'll be live for that long, just once again, just due to morning classes. But uh, just make sure you have your phone alerts ready. If you have a no weather radio, make sure that is charged. If that's make sure that's plugged in or preferably has batteries in it, because then in case the power does go out, you can hear it still, and because that's what happened to me. Because not with the tornado warning, but just the other day with having a storm, power went out like twice in a row. And because I had no batteries in my no weather radio. I heard it go beep like twice when it turned back on twice. So now I have batteries for it. So now I should be good to go for a little while. I have 3 more batteries just in case I do need to replace them. Always have batteries on standby. Tornado warning still continuing for another 23 minutes. I'm guessing they are gonna continue to keep this tornado warning going, probably for next couple. I want to say next hour if this does continue to still rotate. Still seeing a little bit of area here, which is just right over Industry, Kansas at this point. Not very strong area rotation, but it is there. I've been noticing more convection on that backside. We'll see how this deals with that. So, I mean, there's still a lot. I mean, there's still a bunch of clear air on this side. So there's still enough room for where this could still hook and produce a tornado. Although it hasn't, it did produce a tornado over in Salina. It hasn't produced a tornado in probably a few minutes at this point. Sphere Dust Warning just got issued over here for ping pong size hail, and it's up to 7-mile-per-hour wind gust. Still got 20 minutes on that tornado warning. So depending on what this does, I may call it for the night because tomorrow got a long day tomorrow, so and we got moderate risk for tomorrow, and that is I mean we got wind and hail with 30% significant severe, but we also have a 15% tornado risk. Let me actually switch to one frame real quick here. So here's that. Not that's today. Oops, not that. There we go. So there's that 30%. Not 30%. If it was 30%, that'd be high risk. We got a 15% risk, and basically the same area that we've been seeing lately with like these systems where we've been seeing between Missouri, Arkansas, Illinois, Indiana, whatnot for tornadoes, which that'll probably be more of a nocturnal threat depending on how fast what the storm mode's gonna look like for tomorrow. Rainfall warning over here. I'm kind of curious what the other radars look like right now. Definitely a lot of rain. We got like a kind of a squall line over here in Nebraska. But we definitely have more of a severe threat with the squall line over here right now. Looks like an absolute mess with velocities over here. So got how long? We got less than 20 minutes at this point. Because this is supposed to expire out at about 11:30, I think. Definitely does not seem to be having a as much of a tight rotation as it did earlier. Still seems to have a bit of a hook on it. Like, hold on, let me draw that a little bit like that. I do wonder if it's starting to kind of struggle with that convection on the backside of it. Oh, I do just stretch. So it's going to wait. It's going for Wakefield, which we did have a tornado warning earlier in this area. New severe thunderstorm warning over in Missouri. Of course, I sail at 6 mile per hour winds. So I got 16 minutes on this. That is quite the size of a severe thunderstorm warning. That's be for half size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Doesn't seem like a whole lot of doesn't seem too concerning at this point for a area of rotation at that point. At this point, that's just clear air right there, as you can see right there. And we no longer have a tornado warning. It looks like so they have canceled out that tornado warning. It looks like it's gone below tornado status. Well, tornado below tornado status at this point. There is flash flood warning as well. So depending on what happens next 4 minutes here, I think I'll be calling for tonight. To be honest, there's also this over here that is trying to hook. I think over here, which that is quite the long hook on that. If that is trying to do so. I think they still have it. Yeah, they still have Tornado Watch on going still. Wow, that is some straight line winds going on there. You wonder if we'll see anything in terms of QLCS up there, but I mean the environment's not quite there for QLCS. I don't think, at least. Let me check. I mean, there's a lot of wind shear, not a lot of instability though, and same with I mean low lapse rates are are low. I think I know I was gonna say wait till 11:20, but this is like it's. I don't know if that's quite rotating, but it does have an interesting structure. I will say. I think for the most part, I know that tornado threat is probably going to continue through tonight, which hopefully shouldn't be too big of a threat, hopefully, but I mean, they still have a, as of current outlook, they still have a 10% outlook area there that looks like it's trying to do something potentially, but right now, not too big of a concern on that yet. All right, actually, no, I think that's gonna be good for tonight. I got do stuff. I got stuff to do early tomorrow morning. Well, during the morning hours and late. Well, basically until noon, basically, from like morning hours till noon, basically going on, and then tomorrow it's gonna be another day of streaming. So, which is probably gonna be another long. It's probably gonna be another long stream day. Would not be surprised if it does end up actually being that way, which it probably will. Anyways, I know I did say it's gonna be a long stream day, but still it's gonna be a long stream day. But yeah, anyways, I'll see you guys in the next stream, which will be tomorrow. I don't know when yet, but I will let you guys know. And yeah, like, subscribe, and bell notifications on. That way you guys get my notification for when I do go live. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one.